Good evening. I have an interesting Lego set today. I have an interesting Lego set today. This is the final Speed Champions 2-pack from Mercedes this time. And let's go over the camera so I can talk about it. So this is the Mercedes Lego Speed Champions 2-pack. Mercedes has a previous 2-pack which represents their racing team. But these two vehicles are actually street cars, which Speed Champions doesn't usually do street cars. But we have here this SL63 is only the second um, Speed Champions car in Generation 2 to be in classic Lego yellow. And it's also only the second car in Speed Champions Generation 2 to have an open top. And then, after we finish building this little uh, open canopy car here, we're going to build the G-Wagon, which is, according to some YouTube reviewers, probably the most substantial and bulkiest of all the Speed Champions cars released to date. Now, this is the last 2-pack, and after this, after we build tonight, I will have completed all the Speed Champions cars that are currently on the market. But remember, we do still have 2 more cars that are coming out on August 1st. I'm placing the order on release day. In fact, I'm going to stay up till midnight the night before and place the order the moment they drop. And then we will stream that when they arrive, which should be a couple of days later. So let me show you this box because this one's interesting in terms of box size. Back of the box, you can see the Speed Champion tradition of the cars driving away, not really happening here. The cars are actually facing towards us. We do still have the tradition of the photos of the real cars on the side here. You can see they're pretty faithful. We do see a picture of the convertible parked away from us, so you do still get to see its back a little bit. And then we have an extreme close-up of the G-Wagon's back, but I'm not considering that a back view because it's so close up. And look at the width of the box. For comparison, this is the width of the box we did last night. You can see the box is much bigger. But being a Speed Champions 2-pack, these two sets actually had the same price point. These two sets cost the same if you were to get them retail. The set last night, for comparison, had a listed piece count of 564. This one has a listed piece count of 808. And you can see how thick the box is. So yeah, but traditionally, Lego Speed Champions has a single price point. Well, 2 price points: single car and double car. And that's a good way of doing things. But in the case of this pair of 2 sets, they were the same release wave, and so having the same price for these 2 sets doesn't exactly make sense. We're talking too much. We really need to get into it. Let me get this box open, and so that we can get started on the SL63. Oh, and this is also with the exception of the 3 movie cars, the 2 from Fast and the Furious and the James Bond car, this is the only Speed Champions Generation 2 set in which the drivers do not come with helmets. But they both wear sunglasses. They have sunglasses printed on their face prints. So bags 1 and 2 are going to be the convertible, and everything else is going to be the G-Wagon. So there's 3, there's 2. So let's just see how many bags there are here. We have a bag 5. We have a We have a little baggie of wheel covers that was just sitting loose, so I'll set that aside till we need it. There's a bag 4 and a bag 6. So the G-Wagon is 4 bags. And so we have here, hold on, let's get it out. We'll hold on to that for a little bit. Oh, that's a thick instruction book. Okay, there's a lot of differences with this set compared to regular most Speed Champions 2 packs, but here's the 2 paper instruction books. The SL63 open car, and then the big huge G-Wagon. This is the thickest of all the Speed Champions Gen 2 manuals, but as you know, we set it aside because we use the PDF on my screen. Also, the 2 sticker sheets. These are both amongst the tiniest sticker sheets in the Speed Champions line. So there's really not a lot of sticker work to do at all with these, which is a good thing because we're going to be here for a long time tonight, given the piece count and how big the G-Wagon is. But neither sticker sheet is very substantial. I counted. I think there's like 20 stickers between the 2 sheets. You put these 2 sheets together and you have less than the average Speed Champions car. So we'll set aside the G-Wagon sticker sheet and hold on to the first one. Let me just get these bags for the G-Wagon off to the side here. And these bags for the G-Wagon are huge. So I'm utilizing a different space in my area than I usually do for them. Now, we're going to take the bag 2 and set that aside in my normal off-camera area. And we have here bag 1 in front of me. Let's go ahead and pull up my instructions for the SL63. And we can go ahead and get started with the build. And as usual, I got my tool here, just in case we need it. So we open bag 1 and we're going to get the driver, and as you can see, the driver has no helmet. But he does get the wrench. And this will be our last usage of the regular chassis. No, it won't, because we still have the 2 cars. We have the 2 cars coming next week, the August 1st cars. So let's. You'll notice that the 2 drivers in this set, have more casual clothing than usual. Because after all, this is these are street cars. These don't represent the race team like the first Mercedes set. And both drivers have sunglasses printed on their faces. So here's the SL63 driver. You'll notice there is no branding on his jacket. But if you turn it around to the back, you do see the AMG logo. So here's the driver again. And let's go ahead and get started with his build. There's no helmet to worry about, so okay, there's a we'll sit him in the corner to watch the car be built like we always do. We'll set aside his little wrench and no helmet, so let's get started. So we're going to start with the axle block. Oh, there's the other pin. And then we get a bracket. So it looks like this car might be a normally progressed build, with the back first and then the front in bag 2. As evidenced by the fact I only see 2 wheel arches and 1 axle block in this parts pile. Okay, what's going on here? Oh, I see what's going on. Hmm. This car is already doing some interesting things with the interior here. We're just going to keep going. I'm gonna miss the Lego Speed Champion streams, but there will be more Lego content. We're taking a break from physical Lego for a couple months, but that just means we can go back to doing computer Lego. And computer Lego means I might even be able to do a few streams, starting up those, some of those custom projects and builds I've been wanting to do for a couple years that I keep putting off. And we're going to have our first sticker in on this page. If I can find the requisite pieces for this step. There's the piece. And we get the number 5 sticker. And which way is it facing in the picture? Symbol at the top. Okay. I'm not sure what that sticker is supposed to represent, but this is the this looks like it's part of the center console. Let's see, is that correct? Yeah, that is correct. So why is that side higher than the other? I guess we'll find out soon. We're going to do our first assembly now. So yeah, I can't get those last 2 cars. I can't order them until midnight Wednesday night, aka Thursday morning. I may even see how much extra it is to get expedited on those, just so we can get the series done. And then Speed Champions will most likely be back with some more cars next year. So we may not be done with the series for good, but we will have, after these last 2 cars next week, we will have done every car in Generation 2 so far. So all this is 40 and 41, And the 2 cars next week will put us at 43 cars in the collection. So it's been a good run. Interesting use of some clip bars here. I'm not sure exactly what part of the car we're putting together here. So that goes in there. These angle together. And then this assembly goes on this bracket here. That that may be the exhausts that we just put together there on the back there. Let me check the picture real quick. Yeah, I think that might actually, I think that is the exhaust. Okay. We want to make sure we're using the correct pieces here. And with every step. It looks like we're going to do an assembly here that includes a sticker. Let's see, it's the number 2 sticker. And I'm not sure which way this assembly is going to face when we finish. So let me go ahead and finish putting the assembly together. See which way this assembly is going to face, and then I'll put that sticker on. So if the assembly is facing this way, so I want to put the sticker on this way. It's an AMG logo sticker. AMG, I think, just means American Motor Group, as in Mercedes-AMG is the full name of the company, because the racing team used the AMG suffix as well. That is not straight. That's straighter. Okay, that's good enough. There's the AMG logo sticker. So let's attach this onto the back, like there. So now we know which way to we. Well, now we know exactly what orientation these pipes are supposed to be in. And now we're going to do another assembly. My parts pile at this point is mostly the yellow exterior color for the car. So even though there's not a lot of livery going on, there are two distinctive things about this car that will make it stand out amongst the rest. Okay. So it looks like the shaping for the back of this car begins with some layering. Interesting how they did the trans red plate for the taillight there, just hanging off the bottom of this assembly because there's nothing for it to attach to on the other on the body. I'll show you what I mean in a moment once I do this side. So now we're going to put this little section on. If you look at the back, let's see. I want to make all the pipes even. Give me a moment, because now that the pipes are covered, I want to make sure that they're lined up, because we won't be accessing the pipes again at this point. But there's the back of the car with those two little corner sections out. You can see the two little stud pieces hanging above off of them, representing tail lights. You can see how the stud pieces basically are not attached at the bottom. They're just sitting above the exhaust pipes. So we have our first bit, our first major splash of the car's exterior here. Let's keep going. And then we have, of course, the wheel arches. Um, all right, let's keep going. So now it looks like we're just filling in some shaping and layering here. Maybe just have to be. Okay. All right, this is coming together quickly now. I just did a whole bunch of steps in a very quick amount of time, which is how Lego building in larger sets should be for efficiency reasons. In terms of total piece count that we're doing tonight, it's comparable to almost to the dinosaur skeleton stream and the Mario stream that we did a couple months back. So I am trying to keep things running efficiently. And we do have these printed curved pieces here, which have the main tail lights, but we also have to put a sticker in there. Oh, and I just accidentally misaligned the pipes again. You know what the pipes are at the back of the car. They won't be seen in the display. And they're the underside of the car. Uh, so now we just have to do this other sticker. This sticker here is a just the Mercedes logo. So I do want to make sure this one is centered. Now that's totally off center. Let's try a very slight adjustment. Okay, that's pretty good. Let's put that in. And let's make sure that the piece is actually attached and not just resting on top. Okay. That's what the back of the car looks like with those three pieces attached. You can see the big taillight prints and the Mercedes logo in the center. And now we're doing the seat backs, it looks like. And that should bring us up to the end of the bag. So that's why we put all those clips on the inside of the base. It's for the seats. Since this car doesn't have a canopy, the inside is going to be a lot more exposed than in most of the cars. Probably why they gave more attention to the shaping and detailing of the actual seats this time. We'll clip that in. You can see the seats in there. Well, it's black on black, so maybe you can't really see those seats. I can't get them to show up well. So it says bag 2, and we also want that baggie of wheel covers. But you know what? We're not going to take out the baggie of wheel covers until the instructions call for it. So yeah, this car is going together using the standard Speed Champions progression of the first bag being the back of the car, and then the second bag being the front of the car. We do have a little bit of a windscreen. We just don't put a canopy over the top. And let me set aside the tires. And we can, hold on, there's still some baggies here. Now, classic Lego yellow is a very bright color, so it's not as hard as black to find different pieces in the parts pile. And this piece, in this step, we're going to put on the classic steering wheel that all the cars get. I'm not going to show it because you've seen the classic Lego steering wheel piece so many times on this channel by now. And then we're going to start some side bracketing. There, that's better. I didn't have that bit all the way secure, apparently. Sorry I'm not talking much. I don't have too much to talk about right now. And I'm trying to save some of it, some of what little I have to talk about for the truly massive build we'll be doing a little bit later. So now what we're doing is the second, um, the front axle block. There's a little bit of a hinge clip here. That's going to be used for some angling and shaping, I believe. Because that's the only time you see hinges in Speed Champions, is for angling and shaping. Speed Champions hinges don't actually hinge once the car is assembled. It's there to create precise angles. Yeah, that's how that's supposed to line up. So the front axle block is now on. And now we're going to start building up the layering and shaping for the front of the car. Now those are basic 1x1 brackets. No, those are actual brackets. Those aren't the neck brackets. Should be one more there. What's this? Excuse me a minute. I had a pop-up. I got rid of the pop-up, and now we can continue. That's not supposed to be the black, I don't think. Excuse me, let me look at this picture real quick. No, that's not the black. I got the wrong stud piece here. There's supposed to be some gray studs in this pile. Okay. All the studs are in my pile are looking black to me. Could just be the lighting as well. Bear with me a minute. I'm looking through my studs to see if any of these, any of them are different from the rest, because I'm just seeing black here, and the instructions are calling for a dark gray color for these studs here. So I'm just going through to see if I actually have any differently colored studs here, because they all look the same to me. And actually, these studs are all the same. However, they're not black. They are the dark gray. They just look black in this light. So now that we know that, I can continue with the build. All right, so now we put on the front wheel arches. And it looks like there's a printed tile here. Which appears to have, oh, this is a cool print. It's very tiny, but it looks like it looks like an app interface, like a lot of modern cars have, like that screen that they have on it. You can see the different features the car has. And this just goes on that clip on the center console, like that. And it looks like now is we start with the side detailing. I think it'll be like other cars where it does the whole side and then we go back and do the same steps on the other side. If that's the case, I'll just show you each side as we... Alright, it looks like most of the side is going to be made up of an assembly here. We also have these reverse tiles here. Reverse tiles have studs on the bottom instead of anti-studs. And we get 2 stickers here. And these stickers don't actually align up with anything, so all I have to do is place them. I'm trying to get the sticker straight. It's not that big a deal because it doesn't actually match up with anything, but I still want it. Well, I got it straight, but there's a kink in the middle of the sticker. So now I got to pull it up from one end so I can straighten it out and make sure the sticker is flat. And then the other sticker here just represents a door handle. Fake door handle because these cars don't open from the sides. I'll show you the side of the car once I got all the things lined up. And here we have another sticker. And this one is just some venting, so again, doesn't need to be perfect. When Speed Champion stickers do color blocking or livery or some detail that extends across multiple stickers, lining up is a much more of a bigger deal. Okay, so that's what that side of the car looks like. There's still one gap on one little 1x1 gap on the side bracket. I think we addressed that a little bit later. Let's go ahead and repeat those steps for this other side of the car now. Okay, putting on the other fake door handle now. Let's pop that section onto the brackets, and then we have this step. And there's only 2 stickers left on the sticker sheet. So yeah, this car wasn't overdoing this. This car wasn't bad with the stickers at all. Very reasonable. And the other car, for as big and massive as it is, has even fewer total stickers, if I counted correctly at the beginning of stream. Okay, so that's what this side of the car looks like with those bits attached. Let's keep going. Interesting, we have brackets pointing out into the middle of the area. We just passed the hour mark of stream, by the way. Okay, let's keep going. So yeah, there'll be some computer Lego going on over the next few months. We're going to get back into some gaming, hopefully. Maybe even some music. I miss doing the music streams. Okay, so tiling and smoothing. So yeah, we're definitely getting close to having this car finished. But not quite. Because you can see we still have a whole lot of open area on the front of the car. But we're doing a lot of the tiling and finishing for the area immediately around the dash. Now we gotta fill in this whole front middle area. Okay, we get another sticker here. And this one, it's some kind of Mercedes logo, for some Mercedes program, but I do not know what program that this logo is a reference to. Um, it might be their electric program, possibly, but I want to make sure that the sticker is straight on the piece. So this is what that logo looks like. I have no idea what this is a logo for, but I think based on its tree-like shape, it might be a representation of their electric program. And now we're going to do an assembly. Okay, and here's the other side of the hinge we put in earlier. Oh, and here's a side printed plate. It just got some color blocking printed on the side like that. Yeah, this hinge clips in here like this. And I just broke this section. Let me try and fix that. Is that supposed to be at an angle? I have to check the picture again. Hold on. I can't tell if that's supposed to be. Okay. No, it looks like it's straight in the picture. There we go. Now it's in the correct position. Okay, this one's got this little assembly here. attaches here. Okay. And here we go, another one of those for the other side. Got it. All right. Give me one moment. Yeah, there, I see it. Okay. Okay, that goes on like that. Okay, let's keep developing up the front of the car. Not sure what the bar component is for, but let's make sure it's centered. Okay, and then we put on one of these Mercedes logo tiles, it looks like. Okay. Okay, so here's where the neck brackets come into play. All right, we gotta do one more. Glad I was able to catch that before it rolled off the table. That could have been a disaster. Okay. This whole assembly goes on the front like this. That's interesting how the front of this car is developing. That's what that section looks like with the Mercedes logo tile in the middle. All right, let's keep going. So it looks like we're doing printed headlights now. So that goes on this side like this. And now we will do one for the other side. Like this. And so those are the printed headlight pieces we just put on. What's going on here? Okay, so it looks like we're filling in some of the body for the top of the front of the car now. It looks like we're filling in some polishing for the hood, and these little bits are meant to fill in gaps, it looks like. Okay, we have to do one for the, we have to do one more of those. This is an interesting technique for filling a gap. I don't think I've done anything similar to this little build on any of the other cars. Maybe something comparable in purpose, but this is some unexpected gap filling, or some unexpected nature of gap filling is what I should say. And now it looks like we're going to do one more assembly, and we're actually almost out of pieces. So this car's almost done. We have to do a sticker here, which is actually the final sticker on the sheet. Oh, I almost forgot. I like to show you the empty sticker sheets for some reason. So there, we're done with stickers for the first car. Now let's go ahead and finish up. So this attaches in here and actually covers over that logo we put in earlier. This part folds down over it. So maybe that's a battery of some kind. But yeah, you just fold this over it, and there we have the hood of a car now. Okay, so now we're filling in those little one-by-one gaps that were left in the sides of the car. The standard Speed Champions mirror assembly. Pretty much most of the cars do this little bit here. And then we put the windscreen on. Now that's a lot of leftover bits. We're not supposed to have that many leftover studs. Okay, so this windscreen goes here. Okay. So yeah, we just got to put the wheels on and then we're done with the car. So let's come over here to our wheel covers. And this one's calling for the multi-spokes. Okay, we'll set those aside and we will put these into, and this is what the wheels look like for this car. It's cool how they two-toned it with the silver wheels so you could see the black wheel covers against them. That's a nice wheel design. I like it. I like when the cars do unique things with the wheels like that, like contrasting colors and stuff. It's not something you see on a lot of the cars, but it's on a few of them. So there's the wheels on the car, and the SL63 is done. And here from this picture, you can see the Vision, the convertible, and the G-Wagon we're about to build. Oh, I see there's a chat in here. Sorry I missed you. Interesting. Okay, so the chat actually gives me some background as to the logo. The logo represents an apple tree near a river. It's a coat of arms of the German town where Mercedes is headquarters. Interesting. Thank you for that little tidbit there, uh, Dust Spacers. Thank you for filling us in on that. The first car is done, so we're going to take a very quick bio break, and I'll be back in 5 to 10 minutes to start the big G-Wagon. All right, I'll be back in a couple minutes, okay? Okay. Um, Never underestimate the importance of a good bio break. Shh, shh. Right. Okay, so we're all right. I'm gonna run in mute for a couple minutes because there's a little bit of noise activity going on in this room. But I will go ahead and get started with the first bag of the G-Wagon. Sorry, the noise activity is still going on, but I want to go ahead and get started. So, of course, here we're going to start with the driver. So, let me go ahead and find the four pieces that make up this driver. Okay, this noise situation seems to have resolved itself. So, I guess we can carry on with the talking. In the meantime, I built the driver, and the driver has that logo again, this time in bigger print. There's nothing on the back of her outfit. She just has the logo. You can see also she also has sunglasses, like the other driver, and a Karen cut. So we will seat the two, we will let her sit with her friend like we always do to watch the second car be built together. Oh, and one more thing. Because I like each driver to have their own wrench, I have here the baggie of spare wrenches, which as you can see, only contains one more wrench in it. The wrench for our little Karen driver here. And just like that, the baggie of spare wrenches is no more. Okay, we have this pile of parts in front of us. Let's go ahead and start building up the frame for this G-Wagon. So we're going to switch over to the instructions now. So we're going to Now this build is mostly black, so part hunting is going to be a bugger with this one. All right, let's get back in the zone. Interesting. So we have this big Technic frame that we're putting around the pieces we just put together. Interesting how all the holes line up with what we just made. There's obviously going to be a lot of framing going on. We have this big, huge, long axle that there does appear to be a notch in the end of the axle, but it's not clear what end the notch is supposed to be on. Okay, I also don't know how far into this it's supposed to be pushed. But we're supposed to put 9 of these axle blocks along it. This is an interesting start to a vehicle framework. Oh, driver fell over. Okay. And now we're doing another assembly here. This is totally starting off unlike any other Speed Champions vehicle I've done so far. And I've done them all. Maybe it's not quite as unusual as the Dodge Dragster we did a few weeks ago, but that was a very unique and unusual build. Where's the other one of those? There it is. And this goes inside this frame. These are just supposed to stack and layer inside like this. They're just resting, nothing's attaching them. I'm not sure what's going on with that, but so it looks like this is supposed to be pushed onto this end of the frame like this. And that will secure these two little red bits here. Yeah. Okay. That's an interesting start of a framework there. Let's go ahead and keep building up the framework. I think of all the vehicles, this is going to be one of the most interesting to see come together. And here's the 1x5 plates. I've finally gotten used to their existence. For most of LEGO's history, 1x5s did not exist. You would either use a 1x1 and a 1x4 next to each other, or a 1x3 and a 1x2 next to each other. The first time I saw the 1x5s after starting my collection, I was really confused, and it took some getting used to. But here we are. They're not a they don't mess with me anymore. They're actually kind of useful in some circumstances. All right. And with those plates there, I can start to see how this thing is going to start evolving. And these plates here are to hold all those other little one plates together, strengthening and securing the connections we have already made. Layering's good for making things more sturdy. Like you can see, they're not flopping around anymore. Let's keep going. All right. Okay. We need to find 4 of these. And with these speed champions being 8 wide, it makes sense that this particular vehicle looks like it's actually going to be a 9 wide. I think there's 1 or 2 other bulky speed champions 9 wides as well. I just need to find 1 more of those in my parts pile. Hey, did I turn my microphone back on? I can't remember if I did or not. Okay, those pieces are on. Let's keep building up the frame here. Yeah, those line up with those. Okay. All right. I mean, this parts pile in front of me, this is just bag 1 of 4. So yeah, this is definitely going to be the most substantial of all the Speed Champions builds we've done so far. Okay, those look like side-mounted exhaust pipes. So if those are, in fact, the exhaust pipes, then we have our first bit of recognizable car detail going on in this step. Oh, looks like we got shiny silver for those. We'll attach them and then we will angle them. Actually, I put them incorrect. They need to be angled in this orientation. So now I can angle them slightly back like the picture shows. Okay. I'm going to test my microphone real quick because I can't remember if I turned it back on or not. I'm going to test my microphone. All right, we're good to go. Let's keep going with the build. All right. In case you're new to my Lego streams, I find it hard sometimes to find black pieces in a pile of black pieces because my lighting's not great, and I also have been having vision issues lately. I have a doctor's appointment scheduled to have that looked at, so it's nothing to worry about. Okay, but our exhaust pipes are now positioned on the frame, and we can move on to the next step. Which is continuing to secure and layer the frame with these plates. Okay. What's going on here? We have the double jumps going on. Okay. Wow, those are some big pieces we're about to put on. But let's pop these in first while I can still get my fingers in there. And now we have these 4x4s. They're mostly tiled, but they do have a row of studs. Okay, that section is still flopping around more than it should. Let's see if I can push the axle in any farther to secure that side a little more. Now that side looks like it's already secure. Okay. Well then, let's keep going. And then we're putting some more jumps around that. Yeah, it looks like the floppiness on that one section is not related to the axle, because the axle is pushed into those red bits, and those are staying straight, while the rest of the frame flops around around the red bits. So yeah, it's just we haven't secured that bit yet. Okay. All right. There's a lot of colored stuff going on here. When you see colored stuff like this, what that means is that these pieces are internal and will not be seen in the final build. They'll all be covered, but having the colored pieces helps the during the build process. It helps with getting accurate placement on monocolor builds. So Lego does internal pieces like this all the time. And it looks like we're putting a jump plate here and then a single plate. So it looks like this is how we're going to anchor this piece of the frame here to be straight. Because yeah, if you come here to this step, boom, you put another plate here over the jumper, and this frame is now steady. Okay, so now we're adding some brackets here, adding more connection points around the frame that will eventually be used for making this really adding bits that will actually make this look like what it's going to be. Where's the other bracket? There it is. I'm still not sure which way is front and which way is back, but I'm pretty sure this end here is the back, where I'm adding these two gray plates right now. I'm pretty sure that's the back because that's the way those exhaust pipes are pointing. We'll know for sure once details start getting filled in, though. Okay. Incorrect. This is supposed to be. Wow. Interesting use of a 1x5. Be interesting to see what these are meant to represent or be in terms of the shaping. Okay. Okay, so this piece here, this is really going to make that even sturdier. Yeah, this piece of the frame no longer flops now. Big brick here, which means we're going to start to fill in some shaping and volume. You know what, I'm just going to push those all the way back. I'll adjust them if I need to later, but they're getting in the way right now. Okay, 8 hinge sections. These hinges, of course, will not be adjustable once the build is done, because with Speed Champions uses hinges for angling. Stream just passed the 2-hour mark, but I'm really not concerned about time on today's stream. We're here to have fun. All right, that's half of the hinges in now. Okay, there should be 2 more in my parts pile. Okay, we're done with those hinges. And now we're gonna fill in some more layering with some plates. I almost forgot. We do have a sticker sheet for this car. but there's only 9 total stickers on it. So it's not going to be a big deal at all. This is probably the smallest sticker sheet. Actually, there's one sticker sheet, one car that had like 5 stickers on its sheet, but that's one of the smallest Speed Champion sticker sheets. There's a lot of jumps on this build so far. This is an interesting frame going together. Looks like we have some more chat activity. Let me see if I can read that. Claudius Maker, cheap viewers, what? Oh, so it looks like the bot is censoring something. Did I mess something up here? Yeah, I was supposed to put those plates on this end too, and I did not. Okay, so with these added, then I'll be able to go back and do this step properly. Okay, let me see here. Okay, and now we have these big tiles that are going to go on these brackets that we put up. And I'm trying to see how they're supposed to line up. I think they're supposed to be pressed directly into the anti-studs, but okay. So yeah, I see what they're supposed to be doing. They're supposed to line up with these bits. So with everything off center, they're supposed to go against the okay, so that's how they're supposed to attach, I think. But we gotta put it such that, yeah, that's how they attach. Okay, so we gotta angle the hinge pieces first so that we got clearance to attach them into the anti-studs on the tiles so that we can line them up with the plate and jumper assemblies we've been making. So we just got to do that 8 times. Oh, and I see these are going to be the wheel arches. Interesting. That's what these hinge and tile assemblies are for, to be the wheel arches. Now let's just do the 4 here on the front. And that will be bag 1. Keep popping bits off. Okay, I think we've got our tile and hinge assemblies. I just got to do this one last one, and we're ready to move. And we're ready to move on to the next step. So now we're opening the second bag for the G-Wagon. So here's the results of bag 1. As you can see, it's not looking like much of anything yet, but we've got a pretty solid frame going, and we've got 2 recognizable vehicle bits in the exhaust pipes on the bottom, and also the wheel arches we got started. The wheel arches got shaped. This already has a significant amount of weight to it. I can't imagine the weight of the full vehicle. Let's get the second bag for this vehicle, or bag 4 for the set. Okay, let's get started over here. Alright, we need to find 2 little 1x1 tiles. First step of the bag, find the tiniest piece in the bag. Funny how they did that. Looks like Karen wanted to take a little nap, but let's sit her back up for now. Oh, we want plates, not tiles for this. Okay, let's keep going. And now we gotta find 2 more of those little tiles. I wish it would have asked me to do this before putting those other pieces in, because I'm having trouble getting my fat fingers in there. But I think we'll make out okay. Okay, so be interesting to see what we're building up here. I'm not sure what part of the vehicle these brackets and slopes represent. Obviously some interior structure. We're still in the we're still at the wheel level. I know I'm not at the best camera angle for you to see what I'm doing right now. I'm not the best at doing exciting camera angles for Lego, but at least you get to see the overall progression of the build coming together. Okay. This goes in here like this, running down the middle of the vehicle. Again, you can see we're doing some of those colored internal bits that won't be seen in the final model. Mm. All right, those are on. There's the other plate. Let's get that in. Sorry, I'm not talking much. I'm trying to focus a bit here. Okay. Um, so right now we're basically layering and bulking so that the general shape of the vehicle is going to start to come together now. All right, so it says whatever we're doing here, we need to do 2 times of. So we're going to start. I'm going to build. And when I get to the end of the page, I'll put down what I'm doing and build and start a second copy so we don't have to backtrack. And then we'll turn the page. I'll keep building, put it down, build a second copy, or continue the original copy. I'm almost reminded of the 18 plus level giant cars with this build. Obviously, we're not quite on that level, but this is definitely more advanced than the average Speed Champions build. So this will attach to the sides. So these little assemblies we just made were for bulking out the sides a little bit. Let's find the other jump plate it wants us to use. Honestly, on this part of the build, a regular plate would have done just as well, I think. I'm not sure. I'm not doing the piece math right now. Okay, so now we just gotta layer up some wedge plates. Which will go on these white brackets and line up with the brick brick platforms we just put in. And I see what it's doing here. It's filling in the space around the wheel arches and beginning to develop these sides of the car. Okay, let's find the last wedge in this pile. There it is. So yeah, you can see we just filled in along the sides here. The shape is starting to really come together now. Although we've just lined up with the top of the wheel arches, it will be a little while before we really have the bulk going. And I just knocked this bracket assembly off. Hold on. I meant hinge assembly, but I just fixed it so we can keep going. Okay. All right. Okay. So yeah, this bit will go across these bits like this. Oh yeah, so I see what we're doing. More layering going on here. And that actually sticks out over the wheel arches. So it means we're also filling in some shaping. Okay. All right. And I think I've run out of stuff to talk about, which is not good because we still have 2 whole bags to go after this. So, something's not lined up right. I don't think. Unless. No, those are right. I misinterpreted the picture. Okay, this is an interesting setup that we're doing right here. Okay, this goes here. Yeah, that lines up there. Okay, wow. Interesting. Is that side printing? No. It's me misinterpreting the picture. No, yes. Maybe it is. No, that is the side printing. Okay. It's a tiny AMG logo in silver. My camera is not going to focus on it. But if we stick that over here, that will go over the gaps like this. We have a little tiny, this is the little tiny roller skate piece. I'm trying to see which, yeah, it's supposed to go this way. So it looks like we're doing some more layering right now. Filling around the outside edges of the vehicle. Let me check the picture real quick because I don't remember. Yeah, okay. So these color variances are supposed to be there. All right, let's keep going. So those same two little sections we'll do again for this side. And this is another one of those side printed plates with the AMG logo, if I can find it in my parts pile. There it is. I did not line that up correctly. And this will stick in here. And then we have this section again. Not sure why we're using the little roller skate pieces for this gap filling section, but would it look better if I put those little bits No, it's supposed to be like that when I'm facing inside. Okay. All right. This goes there. Okay, so the shaping is finally starting to come together now. And we have our first sticker, which is that tree logo again, along with the overall Mercedes logo also on the sticker. And it's going in roughly the same area of the car that the similar sticker went in on the other car. So maybe it represents a battery again, maybe? That's just a guess. So now we're going to go into bag 5. But you know what? We're halfway done with this vehicle. It's already heavier than the average Speed Champions car. Let me take a very quick bio break, and then we will proceed with the last 2 bags here. Since this isn't much to look at yet, and it's just an empty chassis, I'll go ahead and put the SL63 back into view as well for purposes of the bio break. I'll be back in a minute. Okay, I'm back. Let's get right back to it. Okay, I don't normally take a break in the middle of a build, in the middle of a car, but given the more substantial nature of this car, um, it felt like a good idea. Let's go ahead and open bag 5 and move on to part 3 of this car. So bag 1 was the frame. Bag 2 was layering up the center and the sides. I guess with bag 5 and bag 6, we're gonna start to really get the shaping going. As you can see, we're basically done with colored pieces at this point. Because everything from here on out is going to be visible in the final build. So now we're supposed to tile over this center strip here. Oh, and this, unlike most Speed Champions cars, which only have 2 seats, this car actually has 4 seats. I like how they went with a white interior to contrast the black exterior. It's interesting also that they're using the standard minifigure chair pieces, when most Speed Champion cars have built in the seats just from the chassis layer. Okay, now we got to start an assembly here. Interesting. It uses the standard collectible minifigure display stand pieces, which is basically a 3x4 tile with a row of studs down the middle. Okay, I am. There's the tile I need. Looks like we're doing 2 little stickers here. And these are just some very faintly printed logos here. So I'm not gonna make a separate point of showing off these 2 stickers. I will, however, show off the assembly before I attach it. Okay. Um, this sticker is brightly printed, so when I finish this little assembly, I may show off this one on its own. Now let's just keep going. It's still a tiny, inconsequential sticker for the most part. It's not any really crucial detailing aspect or anything on this sticker. So we'll just show off the whole section when I finish the assembly. Okay. Alright. We get two more stickers here on this step. And these stickers represent lights, it looks like. Which means these stickers will be on the same plane of view, meaning they do need to be almost perfect in order to look good. Sorry, this sticker's being a pain. Okay, I still got to do one more of those. So let's find the other tile. Like that. There should be one more of those rounded black tiles That's a plate. Okay, where's the other one? Found it. It was under something. Okay, so this one goes on like this. Which tells me I need to redo the other sticker. Or I should say, adjust the alignment. Okay, that's a little bit better. Okay. Okay. We need another one of those slopes. There it is. There's only 3 stickers left on the sheet, and there's still a substantial amount of build left. Okay, so what we just built is the back side of our vehicle here. This is what we just built up. And this attaches and becomes the base of the back side. You can see the stickers aren't completely straight, but I did the best I could. And this is the back of the vehicle anyway. So this lines up against the wheel arches. Yeah, so pressing it down here against this gray strip will allow us to press it into these back brackets as well. That's supposed to be, it's all supposed to be lining up flush though. Okay, let me check something because it's not lining up flush here. So yeah, those are exactly as they're supposed to be. So the implication is this thing is supposed to press in on here and then line up with those brackets on the bottom. But I don't seem to be able to get it to line up precisely. That's okay. What matters is they're lined up on top. The brackets on the bottom are an internal thing that isn't visible once we add the wheels. So the back end of the vehicle is starting to come together now. This is another weird shaped piece that they didn't have for most of Lego history. My guess is the rest of the build is probably going to proceed like regular Speed Champions at this point, where we do the back of the car and then the front of the car. That's just a guess, though. Okay. Alright, so we're going to keep going. Here we need to find 2 little tiles and then some slope pieces. Okay, 1 more of those pieces, and we can move on to the next step. We're doing another assembly now. There's that piece. And then we need to find, yeah, there it is. Okay, what's going on here? All right, I have no idea what assembly we're building here. Okay, we need to find the other bracket. Okay. Here's a little bit of interesting detailing going on here. Okay, we gotta do one more of that. Okay, why is this not symmetrical in terms of color? I guess we'll find out soon enough. Stream just past the 3-hour mark. We've still got about a bag and a half left to do here. That is not the correct piece. There's a subtle difference in color here. We need to make sure we find the correctly colored slope piece. There we go. Now it's time for these two slope pieces. We also have what looks to be some corner slope. Okay, we need to find the one that's not lining up. Excuse me a minute. Actually, no. I think we're okay. Okay, so it didn't matter that those plates weren't the same color because they're completely covered up anyway. Okay. Excuse me a minute. Um, okay, sorry about that. All right. So this goes on there like that. And we will, the next step, of course, will be to build one for the other side. And we get this piece on now. And that goes onto here like this. And then we have this bar piece going into the top like that. You know what, that I'm not going to be able to get my finger in there to get that one tile in. Excuse me again. All right, sorry about that. I'm trying to line up that tile. It's good enough, I think. It's still a little crooked. Now it's as good as it's going to be. Let's keep going. Interesting design for what looks like it's going to be a grill. Okay, so it looks like this goes into the piece like this, leaving the tile on the back like that. Okay, so this is actually going to be part of the front of the car. And this section, I'm assuming it's meant to go into this hole here. No, it's meant to go into this hole here. And so that this stud here can line up with this bar like this and there. So that's the section we just attached to the front of the car. You can see the central grille structure made of those round circular pieces. and some lower grills. Obviously, the front of the car still needs some more detailing. So it looks like here's where some of those printed pieces are going to come into play. Okay, so we have bracket, the tinted, partially transparent bracket, and then a slope piece. Okay, so the headlights are printed pieces. I'm just trying to make sure I line everything up correctly because the picture is not very clear. Excuse me a minute. All right.
Sorry, mom's dealing with a crisis.
All right, sorry about that.
Yeah, it's a plumber out here again, I guess.
All right, so now we're going to put on the other printed headlight piece. The one that goes on this side. And that's what it looks like with the printed headlight pieces added. Let's keep building up the shape here. Hmm. And we get a sticker here. Oh, you know what we're building? We're building the console dash now. This sticker is actually going to be represent the the GPS screen, I think. Or I'll just call it the feature screen. You know that little computer unit in the middle of modern cars. We also get a steering wheel added to this piece. So this is the console dash we just built. You can see the little computer screen in the middle and the steering wheel. Excuse me a minute. Sorry about that. Um, so anyways, there's the console dash. You can see the little computer screen and the steering wheel. And we're going to put this, we're going to line this up here. And now we can now we can start filling in around. All right, give me one moment. All right, excuse me, we're going to continue this build and mute for a couple minutes. Alright, sorry about that. Anyway, we're doing this assembly now. So it looks like we've got most of the shaping for the back and the front of the car once we finish this bag. So bag 4 will be the top of the car and the wheels. I just felt something fall on my foot. Excuse me a minute. I definitely dropped something. There we go. So here we're going to get another sticker. And this sticker is just a solid field of black with a very tiny symbol at the bottom. I'm not sure what the sticker represents, but that doesn't look like any of the Mercedes-AMG logos. We've seen 3 different logos. The Mercedes logo, the AMG logo, and that cool tree logo. And this isn't any of those. Might just be a surface detail or representing a car part or something like that. Anyway. Okay. Okay, so it looks like we have a hood set up like we had on the other car today. And that closes over the little battery logo we put in earlier like this. Wow, the front of the car is no longer looking smooth. We're going to have to build up around that. And I guess that's what bag 6 is for, the top of the car. There's only one sticker left on the sticker sheet. And that sticker looks like it's just another iteration of the Mercedes logo. Let's go ahead and get the stuff for bag 6. We're at the 3.5 hour mark of stream. Even though this is a newer set, because it's such a big vehicle, it does use separate wheels and tires. It's not the wheels and tires single unit that most Speed Champions cars have. So let me go ahead and set them aside. There. Let me set aside the tires and wheels and these windscreen pieces. Okay. And then we have these big wheel covers as well. They look like wagon wheels. There's... Okay, so we've set aside all the pieces for the wheels and the windscreen pieces. let's go ahead and get started with bag 6. And here we got some of those half plate, half tile pieces that Lego's been using a lot recently. So it looks like we're back to the back side of the car now. All right. Excuse me a minute. Sorry about that. So now we're shaping up the top of the vehicle, it looks like, starting from the back and moving forward. So it looks like we're creating some kind of a window component here. And these are some dark tinted windows that we're putting together here. We've still got a bit to go, but at least we're on the final bag now. It's getting late over here. All right, so we've got the whole backside window going on here. But Okay, so the backside window is on. And now we're going to do another, we're going to create the backside window for the other side. So yeah. Okay. There's the plate. So let's find this other slope so we can get this uh, this section and wrong slope. Okay. So this one will go onto this side here. And then we have this back windscreen as well that we're going to be putting in. Okay. So the back windscreen is on. It looks like we're creating a detail for the back here. Um, I want to see how this thing lines up on the back before I put the sticker on. Okay, so this is going to attach onto the back of the car. And this will attach. I need to see how this attaches. So Let's get this last little logo onto the car. I mean the last little sticker. So that's, we just made this big round piece with the Mercedes logo in the middle, and that attaches to the back of the car. Like, so that's what the back of the car looks like with that section attached. Let's keep going. Oh, we're done with stickers tonight. Okay, um, let's get these panels attached to the side here. All right, that's in. Excuse me. All right, sorry about that. Let's keep going. All right, so what we're doing now is just a lot of the shaping and polishing. Let's find the other little slope so that we can get the big slope pieces off. Okay. Okay, so this big slope, these big slopes that we are going to finish the shaping for the front end of the car here. And then we still have to put together the whole roof area. So let's put this slope in here. That shapes up the front over here. Wow, this thing is getting heavy. And now we're going to start setting up the front windscreen, it looks like. This is a substantial build that's all black, so I know it's probably um, not one of my better camera experiences with Lego. I do apologize, but I got to do what I can, and this is what my setup allows.
I will, as soon as I know when he wants to go. I'm changing the car. So, let's talk later. You too. Bye-bye.
Okay, so the front windscreen attaches here, I think. It's supposed to line up inside those brackets, I think. Yeah, because the picture shows those two little gray studs being still exposed. So the front windscreen is on now. And now we have these wedge pieces to fill in some more of the shaping and polishing here.
I have a quick question.
Okay, so yeah. So now we're just going to keep going. Okay, so these joysticks that we're putting on here. Oh, that's why those studs are exposed. These are windshield wipers. This is the first Speed Champions car in Gen 2 to include windshield wipers for when it rains. That's a cool detail. This was already one of the more unique builds. This was already one of the more unique builds in the series, and now this addition of windshield wipers when none of the other cars have them is makes it even more unique. Interesting. So let's see. That's a good position to put them at. So now it looks like we're going to do the mirrors. So the side mirrors are now on. And now we're going to do what looks like it's going to be the roof assembly. Okay, let's keep going. There's not a lot of parts left to this build, finally. This is, of course, the biggest of the Speed Champions car. It definitely feels heavier than the Ford Bronco we did last week, which up until now was the heaviest car. Up until this year was the heaviest car that Lego Speed Champions did. I suppose the Lambo Urus would also be kind of up there in weight, but the Bronco was heavier. I wonder what these yellow studs are for, unless they're just filler. Okay, so it's using these panels. That looks like is going to be how we're going to strengthen up this top assembly and also make the flat look that the top of the car has in the pictures. Yeah, so the yellow studs are just filler, it looks like. Big, huge tile covers over this part of the assembly. And then some more tiles to cover over this end of the assembly, it looks like. Okay, so yeah, we just made this big, huge, flat roof piece. And this attaches in like jigsaw onto the top of the car. Like this. But I think it's supposed to be pushed in. Yeah, no, I have it too far, one stud too far back. We want to put it in here. And then it's supposed to be pushed in flat, but it's not going flat. There we go. There. So you connect the studs back there, and then you pull it up front here by this little jigsaw pattern in the tiling up here. So yeah, we've got the shape of the car. It's time to make wheels. Let me take these little spare bits aside. So this wheel is an involved process. We put the wheel into the tire, and then we insert the wheel cover piece, and then we attach the axle pin to the back of the tire. So that's what the assembled wheel looks like. If I can get the light to hit it. Usually I can get the light to hit my wheel. You can kind of see how it looks. These are definitely much bigger wheels than most of the cars, but it's a much bigger vehicle. There, now you can see the wheel. And these will go into those exposed technicals from the bottom frame, all the way from bag one. Let's just assemble these last three wheels and get this car onto and put together my end stream display. We just hit the 4-hour mark of stream. I predicted this would be a 4-hour build, and it was. We would have been able to do it quicker had I not had all those disruptions. I do apologize for that, but some people don't know. Some people here aren't that great with respect. Whatever, it's in the past. What matters is we got through the most substantial of all the Speed Champions builds. We have here our beautiful and heavy Mercedes-AMG G-Wagon. Actually, yeah. So we're basically done. Let me turn off the browser window so I can give you some good views before we go. And we will end this, we will wrap the stream up before we go. All right, the browser window is off. Give me one moment. I need to open something for after stream. I want to check. I want to check the instructions for that other car real after stream, because I think I may have forgotten some filler pieces. Not that it matters. Okay, so the car is black, so it'll be hard to see the details in the light in this lighting. But here is our completed G-Wagon from the side, from the front. Even with the poor lighting, you can see if I hit the light just right, you can see the detailing. The side, the back, and of course, here's the top of the car. And we can open up the front, and you can see that battery inside. And if I lift the top here, you can see the interior. There's 4 seats and then a little trunk area as well. So let's close that back up. And here's the car from earlier. And we will set up our exit shot and see who's available to raid. Oh yeah, we have to give our guys their wrenches. Like the Fast and Furious drivers, um, these two drivers don't have helmets, they just hold wrenches. I'm not sure if I'm going to give them a secondary accessory for their offhand um, in the future, but I haven't for the two movie cars yet. James Bond, he comes with his gun for his offhand, where the other drivers usually hold their helmets. James Bond is holding his gun. Okay, so the SL63 driver one more time, and our G-Wagon driver one more time. And let's see if there's anyone to raid. We have a couple choices. Who's the smallest musician? Uh, Gigi's the smallest musician on this list today. I try when I have a choice of several musicians to raid out to. I usually raid the one who has the least viewers at the time, because big channels often get all the love. So I try and go to whoever has fewer viewers at the time I'm raiding out. So we're gonna raid Gigi Melodies today. Um, this was a fun and substantial build, and I guess next time I stream, we'll either have computer Legos or we'll do some games or some music, because we only have one more Speed Champions stream left, and I can't buy the cars yet because they're not out for another couple days. So we're now caught up with what is currently available. We'll have the two last cars next week, and then this will have to bring the series to a close. Although in either in September or October, I may do kind of a tier list ranking slash mini review of all 43 cars. That might be a fun stream to do, but for now, we're pretty much at the finish line. We have one stream left. So I'll see you soon, and have a good night. See you soon, and have a good night.
Wake me, wake me up. In my eyes, slowly, it's been so long since my heart's been broken.